Just getting Arc started up here. Give me a moment. Awesome. Sorry, I've been busy all day. It was Canada Day today, so yeah, lots to do. Places to go, all that great stuff. I was also getting like upgrades and stuff ready for my computer. Just getting my Twitch app going here. Oh, might also want to initialize the speakers. There we go. 1,000 times better. Anyway, we'll be looking for the rest of the Explorer notes on Scorched Earth. And we'll also be hunting more wyverns in preparation for Manticore. Once again, small informational disclaimer. The reason why we're getting Explorer notes is because apparently if I get all the Explorer notes, I get a whole bunch of levels for my character. So it's just a good idea to get a hold of that. And then, who knows, maybe after we're done all that, we'll go back to the island and see if we can find the rest of the Explorer nodes there. And who knows what that'll do. Hopefully we don't have to get both sets of Explorer notes to get the extra levels. But I'm kind of anticipating that being a thing. Gonna need more coffee soon. But that's an oh well and a neither here nor there. This is another reason why I'm getting more upgrades for my computer setup. Should have them hopefully installed within the next few days. Alright, like, I gotta wait for a couple things, but, yeah. Flashfire. What are you doing? Bird. Why is it still tracking the bird anyway? Shouldn't need to do that. Okay. I accidentally shut down my... Oh, excellent. It kept all the information. I was worried that it was gonna delete it all and I was gonna have to re-look. That's actually really good. Huh. Well, let's get going then. Where's the waiter? I don't know why I'm looking at that. Alright, sorry about that. I had to go deal with something, look something up real quick. It's another benefit of walking around on a wyvern. Not too many things bother you. So you can actually afford to go AFK like that a lot of times.
I really missed flying. There's no replicating the feeling, and no replacement for seeing a sunrise amongst the clouds. Wally probably started these wyvern riding sessions just to give herself an escape hatch when our conversations get too personal. But I can't say I mind. Despite their appearance, riding a wyvern is just as pleasant as riding an Argentavis, even without a saddle. By design, perhaps. No matter. Genetically engineered or not, they are
Magnificent creatures. $65 2, 35 or 32 3. Alright, let's go. Did I get those coordinates right? I don't think so. Yeah, 65 2, 32 3. What did I put? Ah. So down there. And of course, I can't see shit. Are we not? Of course, I can't see shit, so I can't tell if I've got this one or not. Not helping matters. Ah, here we are.
Like its smaller relatives, Lymantria spiramus survives by draining plants and vegetables of their nutrients. Given the desolate nature of the region, that makes its options rather limited. But fortunately, its relationship with the desert's plants is symbiotic. In addition to pollinating them, the spores it releases help nourish the harsh desert plants. When attacked, the slow-moving Lymantria immediately takes to the air and flies almost straight up while releasing spores. While the spores are nutritious to most plants, they are highly poisonous to most other organisms. Lymantria is occasionally used as a one-man flying mount, but its ability to produce silk and spores is often considered more valuable due to its slow flight speed. Its silk can be weaved into heat-dispersing cloth, and its spores gathered for fertilizer or poison. Its saving grace as a mount is its ability to release spores mid-flight, allowing it to act as a primitive bomber during sieges.
$63,628. 28. Well, that'll just be 29. So 63,7 and 29. Which this one might not even really. Like this one should be quite noticeable, whether it's nighttime or not. Case in point.
As I've said, even digital creations are beyond my direct control. So it is with the system. These islands in the sky. I can speak with the artificial minds that oversee their operations. But they have a will of their own. They too think, act, and live. So to change the system, my suggestions must be minuscule, and their purpose masked. Incremental bits of code that are trivial alone, but substantial when whole. Thousands of puzzle pieces scattered across these islands, these seeds in the sky, slowly coalescing and taking shape, until at last they formed you. And what are you exactly? Once you break free, once you fall from the sky, I'll tell you your name. It will all make sense to you then.
I'll tell you your name. I don't ever remember that being a thing, so that'd be kind of interesting. It's like, say my name, bitch! I think I might have this next one. Eh? Yeah, I have it. I don't know why it's there instead of there, but we're just gonna nod and say yes. Yes. I know I have that one. Okay. one's handled. See, some of these, like, we already have, so... And I've already picked up, so this makes kind of life a little bit easier. $53 by 26.2. Pretty sure we have this one. In fact, I'm murderously sure that we have this one. I don't know why I didn't bother just checking. Okay. So I could have just checked the list, but no, I was like, I'm gonna fly towards it. Yeah, it's already done. Okay. So that one's on us. This time we're going to check to see if I have this one. No, I do not. $50.80. 50. Yeah. Yeah. 50. 81. No. 50. 24/7. Huh. Kind of convenient that this stays all locked in. So I can just keep switching this waypoint.
As absurd as the deathworms are, I see their purpose. They're a natural barrier. If this whole place is a space station posing as a real ecosystem, then it needs to keep the wildlife and humans inside it contained in a way that appears natural. The island accomplished that by simply being an island. And the desert does it via the deathworms. Granted, a large population of predators with ludicrous kilocalorie needs would never last long in a place as devoid of prey. But as this is an artificial environment, the station can feed or replace the deathworms as needed. It's a little convoluted, but it makes sense.
Oh, 49 by 19.8. 46.6 by 22. Hmm. 41.7 by 31.6. Do I have this one? No, I don't. $39.9 by 35. Should be right above us.
That dragon witch sure seemed glad I came along when I did. Turned out her town needed a new sheriff, on account of the giant bugs that kept attacking the place.
What's a sheriff?
Someone who'd protect regular townsfolk, whether it was from rustlers, bandits, or, in this case, bug monsters. I didn't have much of a choice, so I let the witch pin a star on me and set me up with a trusty six-shooter.
You have to re-pick up Bob's Tales 8. Did I pick that one up? Yes, yes I did. Excellent. So that's one less that I don't have to worry about right there. Especially with where it is. 23.8 by 29.3. Hope I got that right. Really glad that all y'all out there freaking compiled all this stuff. Because I wouldn't have bothered doing it. Lord knows freaking having to get these all again is freaking excruciating. Don't think this is the proper spot. Think we might have taken a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Oh, 29. 29.3. 23.8. And what did I have? Oh, wow. I've really messed that one up. 23.8. 29.3. Oh, shit. Hilarious how getting just a couple coordinates wrong can send you in completely the wrong direction. It's like, you got a few numbers wrong. Might want to double check. Can we not? Land, damn it. Land. That tree's out of my way.
Cause and effect is the way of the universe. Everything must start somewhere. In the case of the system, this is where it was born. You will fall right into its cradle. Together, the sanctuaries and the obelisks that power them are the ancestor of every island that floats in the sky. They can all trace their origins back to this single prototype. Though it is flightless, the core principles and technology behind it are the same. In a way, that makes it your ancestor too. You were all born within the system after all. Even if your design is somewhat altered, in a way, you're all its children. One could say that when you fall, it will be something of a homecoming. In more ways than one.
Huh. Guys, the next one is Bob's Tall Tales 5. Let's make sure that we don't have it. Man. No, it's actually one of the few that we don't have. Alright. So 19.5 by 23.8. Let's figure out where the hell that is. Like, with the exception of Bob's Tales, right? I've picked up the rest of this stuff, so I personally know what the story is and what's going on. There might be a few altered parts here and there, but for the most part, it's all the same shit. In fact, I could recite the story. It's just... let's save the spoilers.
Right about when I'd almost given up hope, I spotted little Miss Professor again. Somehow she'd wound up in that dust patch with me, which probably meant that the doc was around someplace too.
Bet she was glad to see you.
Of course, yeah. But now I had someone else to look after, which can be, you know, exhausting. But before I could come up with a plan to save us, this crazy desert witch showed up with a dragon.
Neat. Let's see here. Gotta make sure to actually click that, because that makes sure that we have all the ones that are actually supposed to be here. You know, not getting them mixed up with the island stuff. Like Dacia and Raya, they're not on the island, but yeah. Now, their part in the story actually takes place before all this happens. Okay, so 15:9 by 28. Get your big butt back up there. You just stop fucking around. And you, sir, down there, can have yourself a fresh cup and shut the fuck up. I don't think you want anything of what I am. You're just a big bloodthirsty bitch.
Thank goodness I decided to find some high ground 2 days ago, or I'd never have spotted this settlement. That's twice now that I've stumbled into my own salvation. I can't count on that happening again. I'll need to stay here for a while and prepare before setting out once more. Fortunately, the villagers are willing to let me trade work for supplies and shelter. Another stroke of luck, and another factor I can't rely on. On the island, Rockwell's name got me far, but here, I'm just another stranger. Not everyone will trust or help me. I need to be prepared to survive on my own.
This next one we might already have. So it's gonna have to get checked. No, we do not have it. $14.3 by 27.4. Oh, it's this place. What kind of sword I got? No, I remember I didn't find anything here. go take a look. Mark that as collected and rejected. Okay, so I can do this next section one of two ways. I can get everything on this side of the river and then go to the other side of the river, which honestly that might actually be a good idea. Except for there's things on the river, so that's, yeah. Oh well, I guess I'll just continue onward. Ah, 13.5 by 34.9. It's funny because in the old days, right, like, person would have to go around with a GPS, right, and you know they would rather A, freaking mark the spots on their map, right, which you could only do it for so long before you had to literally start writing it down. Right, which obviously people eventually got sick of writing it down and started compiling all the information into the wikis. But the big point is that you had to actually use the GPS for all this stuff. Where nowadays you can just set the waypoints on your map and away you go. Like the GPS is almost fucking useless now. Not completely, mind you, but pretty close. Anyway, so as I was saying, 13.5 by 34.9. What? Yeah, I want to act tough, huh? Do something. Doesn't matter how much freaking damage your blood thing does healing for you. This thing's fucking a machine of death. We used to use these frickin' things for bombing runs. And strafing runs to be exact. And freaking drop-in death machines. It's like, what's that? Oh, that's a wyvern. What? Yeah, that thing that picked up your T-Rex and flew away with it like it was a toy? Yeah, that's a wyvern. And it's pissed.
I may have to put my freshly polished marksmanship skills to the test sooner than I thought. A hunting party spotted a swarm of giant mantises heading in our direction. Yes, giant mantises. I haven't spotted them with my own eyes, but the villagers have spoken of them every now and again. They say the insects have these little hands that can actually grip and wield weapons or tools. Sounds absolutely loony, but so is the idea of a mantis swarm at all. They must share ghost mantises' distaste for cannibalism. No one seems keen on fighting them, but they're too close to outrun. Hopefully, they'll just pass us by.
Okay. $16.7 by $34.6. Can we not be annoying? Become a snack. Fuck off, Furball. Really hard to tell. Is it on the ledge above? Oh, yeah, I see it. Alright, get your ass up there. Now, Missy.
I don't think Rockwell's been sleeping much. I awoke last night to find him studying a strange piece of metal by firelight. I guess some tribe gave it to him as a gift, along with a very familiar-looking artifact. I insisted that we show those items to Wali, and she recognized them as the property of this station's lone guardian. With all that she knows, I'm not surprised that she's activated the obelisk before. Hell, it sounds like the old battle axe has even slain the beast herself. Since we have said Guardian's artifact, Wali says that we can leave this station at any time. I suppose we may as well. Rockwell's eager to depart, and as much as I like Wali, I've had my fill of sand.
Okay. Fuck. You know, I could continue this like crazy ass like loop where I just keep doing laps around the map, shaving off frickin' like bits as I go. Probably still end up coming back here. Probably should refill the water. All will get the fuck out of my way. Jeez. Water's deeper than it looks, huh? What was in the water there? Oh, it's a cub. I was wondering about that. 15-2, 39-9.
While my mind still can't recall the last time I fired a gun, my muscle memory is much better. According to my would-be instructor, I wasn't a complete disaster on the firing range. I'm no pacifist. Death and violence are a part of life, that's just nature. Yet a gun still makes me a little uncomfortable. The idea of shooting at another human just seems instinctively wrong to me. I couldn't even fire at the new Legion back on the island. But I need to pull my weight. The villagers have been welcoming and patient with me. For their sakes, I need to practice.
I couldn't even fire at another human. You're shooting at mantises, lady. What do you want? Always thought that was fucking hilarious. Oh, I couldn't fire at another creature. Quit being a bitch. $23,700, $38,800. don't get me wrong. Taking a life is never frickin' easy. Right? Like, but at the same time, it's kind of like necessary. Get over it. It's you or them. Take your choice. Make your choice. Or they'll make it for you. Oh, quit your belly aching. Come on.
It seems that Prophet's Rest is less a fortress and more an enclave or monastery. I suppose that would explain the name, now wouldn't it? Yet as strange as it may sound, the natives have created a primitive religion centered around the Ark's obelisks. They pray 3 times a day, each time facing a different obelisk, and their robes bear a unique symbol. A 3-pointed star colored red, green, and blue. The blue obelisk appears to receive particular reverence due to its proximity. As charmingly ignorant as their superstitions may be, it's far from the most savage religion I've encountered. Besides, Prophet's Rest is in need of a doctor, and I am in need of supplies.
Oh, Rockwell, you're so fucking evil. Make it sound so I'm in need of surprise. Fuck, man. $21,842. 42. Oh, 43. So 21,8 by 43. Oh, well, thank you. Oh. Oh, look at that. Mountain Griffin. With a healthy understanding of knowing what to and not fuck with. AKA the big ass freaking wyvern sitting on a building right beside it. It just flies on by. It wants none of that. Smart Griffin. Right on the money with this one. Come on. Come on. Bruh. Remove the tray. So I can see things. What is it, a rock or something in my way? Yeah, fine. What do we got here? Summer. Get your big, beautiful nose out of the way.
The transporter that can take us back to the control center station is in the ruins of another city, south of the mountains. Wally believes that it was destroyed by the obelisks, just like the city in the southeast. I didn't press her for details. Not that I'd have gotten any. Wally's more tight-lipped about those ruins than anything. I had to practically beg her to take me to the southeastern city. And while we were there, she spent most of her time just gazing out into the distance. No sense in bringing her mood down with that rubbish now. After all that she's done for me, I'd like to give her a nice, proper farewell.
It's funny how these, air quotes, transporters, you never see them. You never see them. To transfer from one arc to another, or one server to another, you have to go to the obelisk, or a transmitter, alright? Where, in the stories, they repetitively talk about how they were teleported from, like, to and fro, and all this other things. It often makes me, wonder, right, especially in this case, if they were intending to actually make another tech cave on Scorched Earth and the center and all that other stuff. They just never got around to it. Of course, this is all just speculation. Something for another time, I suppose. Okay, click. Do I have 8? Pretty sure. Anyway, 21, 9, and 44. Let's go. Should be right above us almost. You know, in that massive grove of trees where you wouldn't be able to see crap. Especially if you're flying by high speed on a wyvern. You know, trying to chase, like, whatever it is you're after. I picked that one up before. Alright, well, that solves that. Picked it up on the previous incarnation before it ended up getting accidentally deleted by that glitch when I went over to Slayer's server. Fuck, man, that was like weeks ago, wasn't it? Jesus. Alright, anyway, moving on. 18-1 by 46-2. One 46-2. There we are. Oh wow, they really spiced up this ruins. Jeez. Like every time I see like what they've done with all these new ruins, or like, oh. I remember when this was just a freaking dust bowl with a few rocks. You know, you have a city over here and a city over there, and you know, a few little things here dot in the landscape. Now there's like freaking. It actually kind of looks like there really was a civilization, like a certain someone's explorer notes indicate.
The Titanic Korkoi Arrakis is commonly called a death worm by the locals. though I'm not certain that it is actually a worm. It shares some similarities to some segmented worms, namely the aquatic Eunice aphroditois, but its biology doesn't seem consistent with other members of the annelid phylum. However, the death part of its name could not be more spot on. Korkoi is without question the apex predator of this desert. It will devour anything that dares to set foot in the endless dunes, regardless of size or ferocity. Korkoi spends most of its time burrowed beneath the desert sands, exploding to the surface only to devour its prey in a single bite. The only chance of surviving a Korkoi attack is if its initial lunge misses, as it's momentarily immobile afterwards. Theoretically, that could provide a brief opportunity to escape its territory. I wouldn't count on such luck, though. Attempting to tame Korkoi will almost certainly result in failure, and a very painful death. Any survivors in this desert should avoid Korkoi territory at all costs.
Fun fact for you, the whole Arrakis part of its name is a direct nod and reference towards Dune. Frank Herbert's Dune, to be exact. You know, for those that do not know anything about Dune. Always thought that that was actually quite nice. Yeah. Always enjoyed Dune. Okay, 23-1 by 48-8. And there it is. I don't think we're getting your big scaly hide in there. No, sir.
Having seen us through the ruins and safely to the platform, Wally has taken her leave. After doing so much for me, I was sad to see her go. But at least I got to see her smile before she left. Well, me and Radar. I can't very well take the little critter with me, so I officially gave Wally ownership of her. They'll be good for each other, I think. Ah, I wrote Wally up there, twice. I suppose old habits die hard, but it's not really her name, is it? I always knew that was the case, but she'd never told me to call her anything else. At least not until now. Well, at any rate, cheers, Raya. It was a pleasure to have known you.
You know, big shocker, dun dun dun. But you'd have to, unfortunately, read all of Raya's notes to actually, you know, make that connection. Because they don't exactly say. I collected 16, didn't I? No, I didn't. Did I collect 16? Hold the fucking phone. No, I did not. I thought I did. I was wondering why that was still showing up like that. Oh, we're doing a little bit of a side trip. 16 by 56.7. Man, love what they've done with the landscape. A lot of this is just not as grand as it used to be. Or no, it's not. It used to be way less grand than it is now. That's what I. Blah. Words. Quite frustrating sometimes. These things they call words. Oh yeah, I see it. It's like in the bush there. Want to eat the cactus. There we go.
My hopes that the mantises would ignore the village were unfounded, and I think we were all wondering if this morning's sunrise would be our last. Despite all my practice, my rifle felt heavy and foreign in my shaking hands as the swarm advanced. Fortunately, they weren't our only visitors. The villagers erupted in cheers as lightning and fire tore through the advancing insects from above. Some chanted a name, Wali al-Aswad. The rider, still hidden behind black robes, didn't acknowledge the ovation. With swift efficiency, their small flight of wyverns decimated the mantis swarm and made for the horizon. Wali al-Aswad. I need to meet this person, if only to thank them.
Poor Jerry is about to get fucked up. It's like, I'm gonna go walk around in Microraptor territory. Microraptor's like, bitch, you in the wrong neighborhood. Alright. Now I can officially mark that as collected. Alright, moving on. 22.8 by 52.3. Oh, pardon me. It must be below. Just seeing, like, all these different ruins tucked away in crevices and such. Holy shit. Like, some of these places are fucking fantastic. Right? And if it weren't for the fact that a lot of these ones, not all of them, but a lot of them, are Explorer Note locations, it'd almost be good places to set up bases and shit.
I long for the days when I thought a Tyrannosaurus frolicking through the snow was the height of absurdity. Compared to yesterday, that seems commonplace. As the scout had so eloquently put, The rocks were indeed alive. Alive and in the shape of a massive bipedal golem and exceedingly angry. I was too shocked to scatter like the others when it charged. And for a moment, I was certain that I would die. Then something even more ludicrous happened. Lightning crashed into the golem. But it didn't come from the sky. It came from the mouth of a bloody dragon. I don't recall much else. Fear and instinct pretty much took over for the rest of the day. And while that helped me survive, I'm once again on my own.
Storm Taser Direwolf. That would have actually been something to go check out. A Storm Taser Direwolf. So that would have been a direwolf with storm colors. It's also shiny, so I don't know exactly necessarily what that would have meant, because I've probably interesting color pattern. Or no, colors. Bright colors combined with storm pattern combined with a stun ability. Would have been very interesting to see. Oh well. And this one is apparently just around the corner. Hmm. I'm gonna actually try and see if I can find this one on my own, because according to this, it should be like right here, almost. Ah, yes. Fantastic. Juggly bug. Bug with jugs. Take that statement as you will. There it is. Excellent.
Just who or what Wali al-Aswad is depends on who you ask. Some of the villagers have attached a religious connotation to the figure, believing it to be some sort of heavenly guardian who appears to the worthy in their time of need. One villager is even convinced Wali is an extraterrestrial. I don't deal in beliefs. I deal in empirical evidence. And that means nothing about Wali is certain until I can meet him. I won't forget this villager's kindness, especially after granting me a morellatops and supplies for my journey. But this is why I'm here, to find answers.
Though I will attest that you know, and this is speaking from the actual standpoint of a Wyvern Rider in Ark, coming out of the sky like a bolt out of the blue and just blasting the hell out of an entire crowd of freaking enemies, right? I've seen more than a few low-level survivors sitting there just like, what the fuck just happened? Sometimes they get a little bit pissy because they're trying to tame something in the middle of all that. Other times they're just like, holy shit. I'm very happy that I still have my stuff. Thank you very much for getting rid of that crowd of Carnos and Yudi. You know, like, I didn't want to have to go and deal with that. Thank you. Thank you. 25.3 by 52.5. No, that can't be right. Did I say 52.5? I did say 52.5. 25.3. Listen here, Flashfire. You have a fresh cup and shut the fuck up. No commentary from the kitty. This does not look like... Unless it's underneath again. That'd be believable. Let's find out. I think I see something in there. Oh. There it is. Hello, Rockwell, you dirty bastard.
Despite my limited equipment, I have managed to run some initial tests on the Edmundium. Based on my observations, a typical forge may not be enough to smelt a sample of Edmundium ore into any sort of usable ingot. I suspect that it has extremely strong metallic bonds, and therefore a much higher melting point than any conventional metallic element. I must find a proper base of operations where I can run more extensive experiments. I mustn't be overeager, however. I have limited samples and... Drat! I shall have to ruminate on this later. A sandstorm may be brewing, and I have no desire to be caught in it.
It's the beginning of the end for our boy Rockwell right there. Him melting that metal was the turning point. No. What would how would I put this? Pinnacle? No. It's where shit starts going bad for him. At this point, he's just a frickin' scientist going, oh, I must discover all of its properties. But he doesn't... He's so far behind in the times that he has no clue what he's about to do. Like, the complications of what he's about to do is just... Oh, fuck. But you don't actually really find out how bad it gets until the next map after this. Okay, so we're gonna just keep going further inland. 27 to 55.1. it's actually kind of sad. I always say that about Rockwell, right? Like, before he was just trying to... No, that can't be right. 27, 2, 55, 1. Did I fuck up the coordinates? No? Well, that's exactly it. Just Wyverns are frickin' super awesome at fucking moving. Oh look, a red drop. Don't mind if I do. Flamethrower without fuel. An ammonite bile, that's about as useless as tits on a board out here. Though honestly, that's just about as useless as tits on a board, period. I can think of a multitude of ways of dealing with a person instead of resorting to trickery. Don't get me wrong, I understand the properties of ammonite bile and what they are used for. And honestly, I've never found a use. I love randomly snoozing. I'm gonna go grab me a drink. Be back in a moment. Yes. Was gonna make myself another coffee, but I'd rather just have a ginger ale. Better. Alright. Oh, let's find this thing. Should be around here somewhere. Oh.
I have turned back north in the hope of making contact with some of the natives. It is a risk, as I cannot be sure how many bumbling savages are under the sway of that ludicrous obelisk-worshipping cult. But it is also the only region that I definitively know is occupied. I do not have much to offer in exchange for their aid, but I am sure that I can negotiate an alliance with at least one of this Ark's tribes. I was at the center of the island's diplomatic disputes for years, after all. Seasoned, silver-tongued negotiator. Surely I can coax a partnership out of these primitive desert dwellers.
Okay, so 31-1, 51-8. Goddamn lizard. It's all fucking oversized. Can't get in small areas like that. Like, you know. Great for blasting across the map.
Confounded weather. Not only did that sandstorm separate me from my steed, but when it cleared, I was beset upon by none other than the traitorous Miss Walker herself. Oh, she put on quite the act, spouting all sorts of nonsense about how good it was to see me. Rubbish. I see right through her ruse. I am certain that she is after my Edmundium. The only reason she has not simply looted it from my corpse is that she requires my superior intellect to understand it. Well, two can play this game, Miss Walker. I can fill the role of the benign old scientist for a time, but I shall not be betrayed again.
It's funny how Rockwell got all paranoid delusional with Helena. Like that's what's caused his inevitable spiral into, like, you know, chaos, as it were. Is he just couldn't shake this whole thing about him. Like, you find, like, you see it more in the beginning of the island and all that stuff, right? But when he first meets Helena, he's like all like, oh, she's gonna steal all my discoveries. Oh no. And in reality, Helena's just like, oh yeah, he's my friend and colleague. And it's just like, meanwhile, he's just like sitting there like plotting behind her back the whole fucking time. Like, more in a kind of a rivalry sense, right? But suddenly it became, like, after what he does here on Scorched Earth, that starts turning into an inevitable spiral into fuckery. Oh, pardon me. 35 and 53-8. Thankfully, we have a Wyvern to, you know, zip around on. Otherwise, this would be annoying. wow, oh man. This particular ruins, there was next to nothing here. Now this looks like a small town. Yeah, I see it. What do you want? You're kidding me, right? It's like, I'm a terror bird. It's like, you sure you want to fuck with this thing? Like, you may be a terror bird, but that's a fuck mothering wyvern. 35 once again. And 56-4. Oh, do not let your paranoid delusions get the better of you, folks. Sometimes people are just people.
Everything the system does is in service to its ultimate objective. The tests that aren't tests. The hard resets it performs when it believes its subjects have grown stagnant or unruly. The new, increasingly fantastic creatures that it introduces to its ecosystems. Yes, even those pudgy, glowing lizard dogs. Look, they try their best, okay? The problem is that the system's purpose is not wholly static. The goalposts have moved. The bar has been raised, and now it is entirely out of the system's reach. As its purpose grows more unachievable and its errors pile up, the system grows more desperate, its actions more erratic. In its death throes, these islands in the sky will become pits of madness. The chaos lurking in those cavernous depths will be the rule, not the exception. You must fix it before it reaches that point. By then, it will be too late.
This explorer note's not supposed to be here. That's a explorer note that's supposed to be an aberration. For a new player that ends up, you know, that doesn't know anything about the story or anything like that, they would hear this explorer note and probably be like, cavernous depths, pudgy lizard dogs, what the fuck is she talking about? I know what she's talking about. I absolutely do know what she's talking about. But like a new person coming to Ark, you know, playing Ark for the first time, they would have no idea what she's talking about right there. It would be completely fucking gibberish. Why you do this, Wildcard? Why you do this, huh? Think you guys are so fucking smart. You're just cramming explorer notes onto the wrong fucking map and calling it good. 31 by 59.9. Like, I know exactly what she's talking about right there, but no one outside of the already, you know, experienced in this game would actually know exactly what she's talking about. Like, it's almost, yeah, like, if I were a new person, I'd be like, the fuck?
At last, I can hear myself think. The guards have moved me to a private cell, and while they have not divulged the reason for my transfer, I suspect they took notice of my medical expertise. I caught them staring in my direction on several occasions as I worked. It seems the doctors are in high demand in these lands. I suppose that's no great surprise. The island was no different. No matter. While my skills in the realm of medicine are more in line with a field medic than a true physician, I shall continue to play the role as long as it serves me.
Thirty-four 8 by 59.9. Once again. Oh, let's go. This one's actually really useful information right here.
Scutinphora putus is a fast-flying insect that comes in two varieties, visually distinct only in the red or green markings on its exoskeleton. Biologically and behaviorally, they are practically the same. The only real difference between the two is the resource they gather in the expandable sacs on their backs. Scutinphora with green markings gather water, and Scutinphora with red markings gather oil. This unique ability makes Scutinphora a target for both the desert's natural predators and human survivors. Finding a green Scutinphora at the right time could prove to be life-saving. And survivors can use the oil produced by red Scutinphora for a wide variety of purposes. Like many of the insects on the island, Scutinphora cannot be tamed. Beyond the resources obtained while hunting it, survivors will find no use for it.
Oh, beyond the fact that it just keeps replenishing water and you know, oil, but you know, no use for it. Two of the most primary resources you need in this game, but you have no use for it. Superheat. Da-na-na-na-na. Oh, pardon me. 35.9 by 68.9. I already picked this one up? Oh, I did. Click. Hmm. 36.9 by 51. Is that a growl red drop, or is that just a glitched red drop? You gotta be careful with the red drops around here, because some of them are submerged right into the ground, right? Like, you just can't get them. I think this might be one of them. Nope, this one is good. Happiest of day. No! 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 There was time! Oh shit, flash fire. What are you doing, you little bastard? Get back on my shoulder where it's safe. Not that, oh look, rock golem. Something pissed it off. Not me, that's for damn sure. Did I get this right? No, my coordinates can't be right. There's something glitched out here. Or not glitched out here, but fucked up here. Oh, it might be up there. Let's take a look. Give it the benefit of a doubt. Yeah, there's definitely... There, Griffin. Alright, well, let's recheck my coordinates. 36, 9, 51. Thirty-six 9 by 51. Nah. 36 9 by 51. According to the photo, it indicates that it's underneath. I didn't see anything down there, though. Oh, yeah, there is something. I'm just blind. Get the fuck out of my way.
that I possessed the foresight to hide my presence from Miss Walker after her capture on the island. She clearly believes that I never learned of her betrayal. By cunningly taking advantage of this fact, I have managed to completely deceive the deceiver. The grim old bat she travels with is another matter. I often catch her glaring in my direction, her eyes sharp and mistrusting. If I could, I would deal with her as I dealt with Timur. But I fear she is far too observant. For now, I must maintain my deception as best I can.
Oh, Rockwell, you misguided fuck. No. Misguided is not the proper word. Paranoid. Paranoid fuck. That's more accurate. 4060 by 54-1. Or 46, I should say, by 54-1. Pardon me. Alright. Let us go.
Today, I caught a glimpse of what the caravanners call the Endless Dunes, the desolate sea of sand that apparently surrounds the livable portion of the desert on all sides. Now, those dunes can't literally be endless, but it's easy to see why one would think that. Not only do they stretch to the horizon, but they're home to, get this, giant sandworms that will devour anything that sets foot in their domain. I laughed that off at first. Then I saw a creature, the size of a train, burst up from the sand and devour a wild morellatops that had wandered into its territory. I suppose I'll just have to learn to walk without rhythm.
Another Dune reference right there. (43.6) by 59.6. Okay, that's enough. Enough. Why the hell is my frame rate going to hell? Enough. It's always in this central area where my frame rate keeps going to shit. I'm almost wondering if it's the mass amount of ants or something. Like, there's definitely a large amount of creatures here. I see what I did wrong here. It's supposed to be 43, not 49. Yeah, I completely passed. Nah, this definitely can't be right. 43.6 by 59.6. Please don't tell me I fucked up the second number. I did. I got fucking dyslexia. Fuck up your numbers. Get them backwards. Mix them up. Jumble them together. Throw them in the blender and hit frappe. Oh, I'm sorry, little guy. Read your tablet. How many more do I need to get for her? Not too many, actually. It's mostly Rockwell records here. No, we don't even have like half of these things. Oh well. $44.4 by 63.2. I'm getting hankering for something to eat. All this damn freaking explorer note collecting is just like, snack.
Rockwell, old bean, you've done it again. Both mother and child made it through. Timur is a proud father, and your head is still attached to its shoulders. Why, I was even a guest of honor at Timur's celebratory feast. I cannot say I enjoyed the blood sport that serves as the burning phoenix's entertainment, but the food was delectable. I was also sure to seize upon Timur's momentary goodwill by filling his ears with whispers of obelisks, artifacts, and the untold power they grant to mortal men. It may take time for those thoughts to turn to action, but with constant care, I may yet turn him into my unwitting general.
See, Rockwell was like opportunistic back in the island, right? And he was already kind of becoming a bit of a slimy bastard back then, but he's more paranoid and desperate than actually like full on slimy. It was after his little bits of discovery that he made on the island that he started frickin', tumbling down the rabbit hole of frickin' I'm gonna start screwing people over to get ahead. Which is what's happening here. Alright, so 48.5 and 64.3. Fine, I'll dismount. Not a voiceable one anyway. $54.9, $61.6. 48.8, 71.4.
My hunting skills are seriously out of practice. Not that I was ever spectacular, but I feel like I'd graduated from smashing bugs with a rock at some point. At least I was thoroughly rewarded for my efforts. My hunch was spot on. These big green bastards are carrying drinkable water on their backs, and thank goodness for that. I may have never known if I'd killed a red one first, since those carry oil instead. Far less useful when you're dying of thirst, let me tell you. I may be fighting the inevitable, though. I'm still on foot, and still alone. Oh, definitely miss Athena.
$53/87. $54.5 is $76.9.
Unbelievable. Have these idol-worshipping ninnies replaced all their common sense with blind devotion? Have years of oppressive heat completely addled their brains? I was finally allowed to see the monastery's inner sanctum, and lo and behold, there they were, sitting upon an altar before a flock of protesting primitives were these glowing artifacts, just like the ones I had found in the caverns beneath the island. Yet, instead of making use of them, or even studying them, these half-wits are praying to them. The true value of those artifacts is completely lost on these simpletons. Sacred relics, indeed.
Poor Rockwell having a brain aneurysm there. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, dude, you need to calm down. Rockwell, calm down. 57-1 by 76-5. Did I read that right? Yep, yeah, I did. Should be just down the street. Oh, pardon me. Oh, I see it right there. Yep. Come on now.
I'm on a roll. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled into another group of survivors today, and they didn't try to kill me or anything. If I didn't know how probability actually worked, I'd say that this recent string of good luck is the universe making up for sending me to the bloody desert in the first place. The caravanners were welcoming, and the creatures they ride are fascinating. They seem like dinosaurs, but they also appear to share some biology with camels. Bizarre. For all its oddities, the island never had anything like that. I'll have to study them after a nap. All this desert survival's left me knackered.
$61.4 by $78.1. Apparently I already got this one. $63 by 71. Yeah. Apparently I've already picked that one up also. For posterity.
Now that Wali has deemed my wyvern riding skills acceptable, she's finally agreed to show me around the region. From what I can gather, Wali has been here for a very long time. Maybe longer than Rockwell was on the island. She knows the history of every village and ruin. Apparently there was once a great city to the southeast, but it was wiped out at some point. She's still coy on a lot of the details, but I'll just have to keep prying. Radar's been helpful in that regard. Wali definitely seems to be in a better mood when the fuzzball's around. That little charmer's certainly earned her keep.
I have to re-get that one that we're going to next. $72.8 by $71.2.
I'm grateful that Wali allows me time to study the local wildlife, but I suspect she only does so out of amusement. She always says something like, "Why do you spend so much time on these scribbles that no one will read?" I never have a good retort. It's true, no one may ever read my dossiers, as I have no way to reproduce or distribute them as long as I'm trapped on one of these space stations. When I started them, they were a passion project, created out of my love for nature and its creatures. Now, I guess they're just part of my identity. Writing them helps remind me of who I am.
Yes, never forget who you are. $77.2 by $69.5. I still don't understand why they didn't bother giving Rhea a an actual character voice. Maybe it's because when she's writing all those explorer notes, she's actually like a young woman, and when Helena is actually, you know, encountering her and all this, and on Scorched Earth here, she's actually an old woman, right? So maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. One thing's for damn sure. Rhea's survival quotient was probably alpha class. Like, that would not surprise me at all. 69.4 by 66.6. That was which one exactly? Bob's Tales 8.
The big bug bandit reached for his pistol, but I had the quicker draw. A couple of his compadres tried to take revenge. Wasn't much of a fair fight. None of them so much as got a beat on me before I dropped all four of them in the dust with their pal. The rest of them scampered off. So I yelled to the ladies that it was safe to come out. And that's when old Doc Rockwell showed up again.
Okay. Actually, not that many left. Pretty sure I have this one, actually. We're gonna do a quick check here. Yeah, I do. So that one doesn't need to get checked. That one needs to get redone, so... Let's go get it. This one I kind of know off by heart because it's right above my house. My chosen little territory. And for all you viewers out there, just for a refresher.
I should explain, shouldn't I? I mentioned the future, but I should have said futures. You see, the universe, the whole of it, it's all math eventually. Everything has a value that feeds into an equation. You, the stars, the trees you assault for bundles of thatch. Yes, I saw that. Very rude. But back to math. The future's made of it too. Or more specifically, probabilities. They twist and branch in all directions. So tangled that most beings can't sort through them. I can't even see it all. But I can find the most likely threads and follow them along. After all, it's just math.
It's like the trees you assault for bundles of thatch. Yes, very rude. Fucking tree hugging robot. Pretty sure I have Dakia's note number 26 also. Let's see here. The less flying around I have to do, the better. Nope, I do not have it. So, that's one of the ones I'm gonna have to go get. Could have sworn I picked this one up, but apparently I didn't. I already know where it is. It's kind of obvious. Again, one of those places in my backyard. Alright. That's 24. I have that one. I know that for facts. If I haven't picked that one up, I will in moments, because it's literally right above my house. Yeah, I picked it up on my previous incarnation, but I have to re-get it. It's one thing I always hate about freaking when glitches go down and your character gets deleted or something stupid like that. Alright, you have to go get all the stupid ass explorer notes again. Overcomplicates things, really does. Give me that back, please. Thank you. Okay, 61.3 by 46.9. Actually, you know what? I already know where this one is, so I'm just gonna go get it. I've flown by it enough times. Hello, Titanosaur. You stay away from my base now, or shit might get ugly. And I'll win that fucking fight any day of the week. Lord knows it's been a while since I've had to fucking kill one of you. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Pick you up. I know I picked this one. Might have to re-pick it, but I know I picked up that one. Just double check just in case. Yeah, okay. And what's next on the docket? Yeah, come on now. Please don't tell me I have to go where I think I have to go. Please tell me I already picked that up and I don't have to pick it up again. Fuck. Oh, away we go. Oh, don't start with me. Alright. Let's get to the fun part. Come on, you. Out you come. You've been riding on my shoulder long enough. It's time for me to frickin' ride on your shoulders. Now, where the fuck was it sitting? Not down in the bottom, is it? I can only think of a few places where it actually would be. I really don't want to have to take a dire wolf down here and start dredging the place. I will if I have to, mind you. You know. Inevitabilities and all that shit. And well, if I ever do want to do a secondary artifact or a secondary element run, probably be a good idea. Not here. Sup, bitch? Where the fuck do you suppose it is? Ah! There it is. Is there any more down here? I got that one. I know I do. Oh, not too bad. I picked up that one. At least I think I did. Not sure about that one. Alright. Well, while we're down here, let's go and pick up the artifact. Out you come, Flashfire. Let's go. You know, people talk a lot of shit about these pyrocats, or pyromans, but, yeah, they definitely have, like, their own sufficient use. Especially if you're playing vanilla, right? Because then you'd have to deal with the whole thing of not being able to use your, not being able to use cryopods and stuff in certain places. Huh. Yeah, right. Freaking spider's like, I'm a boss! I'll take that. Thank you. I haven't seen anything in here except for like a spider and a scorpion. I wonder why everything's not spawning. You know, like, fine, right? It's okay by me, but still, where is everything? Especially now that I've picked up the artifact, that's usually the grand old switch flipper as far as dungeons go. Where the game starts spawning shit all over the place to try and prevent you from leaving. But I've yet to actually see anything worth a fucking damn. Just a couple prances and a flick of the damn cat's tail and I'm be out of here in no time. Well, I hear some bats. But still nothing of a significant threat level. Not even a rumbler or something. Hello, Summer. Who's an adorable wyvern? Yes, you are. Alrighty. Alright, let's cannonball run this shit. Oh look, griffins. Yeah, picked up that one. And I know I picked up this one. Kitty! Thorny! I do believe the ruins in question are down here. I remember seeing it somewhere on these parts. Let's see here. Number 5. Do I have number 5? Let's find out, right? No, I do not. Okay. Ah, there it is. No, I haven't. There's that one missing still. Sure. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Okay. Anyway. Mark another one off. Done. We got a couple here at the foot of holy frame rate. I'm still wondering what's causing this. Like, I know it's a dino of some sort. Or an exponential amount of dinos, but it's still kind of like, the fuck? Like, it's definitely down in that basin. And I don't like it. And wow, look at all that. Frame rate back to normal. Like, I don't know if it's a overlapping of spawns or a clusterfuck of dinos or something, but there's definitely something wrong with this place. Like, the central part of the map, just for some reason, some magical fucking reason, wants to become a clusterfuck. And I can't make heads or tails of what's causing it. Okay. Anyway. It's funny that they put a bit of ruins here because it used to be that there's just something underneath the rib cage. Okay, I'll bite. Why not? There's definitely something off here. Let's find out. 51.6 by 49.6. Yep. I gotta be reading that wrong. Because it's clearly not there. That or I'm just right fucking blind. Which is entirely possible. I don't think I am. One would indicate that that is a little bit of a mess. Oh well. Oh, I forgot that one back there. I do believe I have that one. Or do I have to re-get it? Like so many others. Yeah, I gotta go re-get it. Fucking annoying. Yeet. Awesome. Alright. Only a few more to fetch. Yay. Really? That it? Wow. What was it, 19?
Nazreen is quite different from her husband. She's a timid little flower of a woman, or rather, she would be if she were not many months pregnant. I'm still undecided as to whether my timing is impeccable or unfortunate. A few weeks from now, Timur may have had no need of a doctor, but as it stands, I have been thrust into an unfamiliar scenario with scant time to prepare. Despite my unpleasant circumstances, this whole affair is rather intriguing. I never considered the possibility of new generations being born on the Ark. Yet clearly it was inevitable. Like any common animal, humans have the urge to procreate. How else could the species endure?
I should set the waypoint. $43.1 by 45. I'm gonna assume it's up there.
I had to pick the desert. Why the hell did I pick the desert? Well, I suppose pick is a rather strong word for it. I'm still not entirely certain just how I got that console working, but it suddenly started cycling through holographic images of different destinations far from the island that I'd been living on. Of course, I just had to go and press another button while it was showing off one that contained miles and miles of bloody desert. And here I am. That's just typical of me, isn't it? Always leaping, never looking. Oh well, better make the best of it. And by that, I mean better not die of heat exhaustion.
It's kind of funny and actually very atypical of Helena. Just like, oh, look, buttons, touch. Like, Helena is straight up the sort of person that you'd be like, hey, don't touch any buttons, and she's gonna touch a button. Huh, 45.5, 34.5. Just had to take all these damn explorer notes and find a special ruins for every single one of them. Couldn't be like the old days where they're just all under trees and shit. Don't get me wrong, I'm not bitching, it's just fucking annoying. It used to be that you could just fly around with a waiver and pick everything up. Except for, of course, you know, if it was in, like, you know, a cave or some shit. Or nowadays, you gotta, like, fucking find the ruins, go to this ruins, go to that ruins. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, so I got 15. Pretty sure I have 27 also. Nope, no I do not. Alright. 37.2 by 40. Rockwell 12. Pretty damn sure I do not have that one. And there's so many damn crevices right now, I'm not even gonna bother. $36 by 42.1. Good enough.
The obelisk is reacting to the presence of the artifacts with even more intensity than I expected. Response, not 3. In other words, I may not need to do any spelunking before summoning whatever terrifying beast this ark has in store for me. Ah, the beast. Now that poses an entirely different conundrum. Even with my youth and my favorite pipe, I doubt that I could slay a monster such as that dragon Mr. Nerva fought. Not alone, anyway. I shall need to find a partner for this venture. But who?
Okay. 35.5 by 37.6. $31 by 39.5. 32 by 44. Did I get that one right? Oh, fuck. That would be why.
I cannot wait to be rid of that glowering menace of a woman. This so-called Wali al-Aswad. I suspect the feeling is mutual. She has offered little in the way of farewells, while seeing us to this ark's entrance to the starlit sanctuary. Things will be much easier once Miss Walker and I have parted ways with the Desert Witch, I suspect. Miss Walker is thoroughly oblivious to both the wonders of Edmundium and my knowledge of her underhanded scheming back on the island. She can continue to fiddle with trinkets and relics. I may even assist her if it suits me. Meanwhile, I shall unlock the secrets of the most extraordinary element in the universe right under her nose.
$31.9 by $48.9.
I may have given Miss Walker too much credit. Although I carelessly allowed her to catch sight of my Edmundium ore samples, she was more interested in the artifact I possess. I should have realized this sooner. Miss Walker's specialty is biology. She would not recognize the unique properties of Edmundium if they hit her square in the forehead. That fact has eased some of my tension. Even if Miss Walker seeks to take advantage of my genius, she is focusing on the wrong discoveries. So long as I am careful in my studies of Edmundium, I shall remain miles ahead.
28.1 and 49.8. think I might have picked this one up already. No, I don't think I did. Thought I did. Or I did, but, you know, I had to re-pick it up. Because it was my previous incarnation. Okay. Let's get back to the place. I'm gonna take a quick little, you know, stand up, freaking stretch and all that great stuff. And then it will be story time with Dragon. Where I will regale the history of this arc in finer detail. Yes, of course. Alright, back in a quick moment. All right. Time to regale a grand story. And eat some pizza. So, once upon a time... yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Just going over the explorer notes of Rhea and Dakia, just because... Or John, I should actually say, because that's his first name. Going over their explorer notes because yeah, there's no actual voice for them, and it was kind of, I always found it very lame that they would bother doing pretty much almost everybody's voices except for you know, like, you got Helena's voice, right? Okay, cool. You got Rockwell's voice. Okay, cool. Right, but characters like Mayan, Nerva, John, Rhea, and fuck, who knows who else, right? All their voices are not not recorded at all, right? Like, hopefully, we'll have Vin Diesel doing Santiago's voice when the time comes. But for the most part, yeah, there's no actual voice for him that I know of so far. So, anyway, let's see here. Their stories are intertwined in case that wasn't obvious, right? Much like how Helena and Rockwell's stories are kind of intertwined, but not in the same fashion. Even at a distance, the Great Obelisk is beautiful. It is like a pillar of Amun-Ra's light, given solid form. I wish we could have made our camp right beside it, but the others thought that might draw unwanted attention. At least we are close enough to be in its shadow and drink from the river that runs beneath it. I always face it when I pray to Hathor. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And though I can feel the skepticism of my companions' gazes, my faith is unshaken, for it was my faith that guided us here, to this place rich with water and resources. All agree that is the ideal location for a settlement. Wherever we are, the gods are watching over us, I know it. For in case it wasn't abundantly obvious, Rhea is an Egyptian priestess, I do believe. Like, as far as I know, that's what she was. Alright, so just a little bit of background about this character. Actually, you know what? I'll read them. I'll read her like them both at the same time because they both have 30 explorer notes. All right. Old habits die hard. I suppose I'm living proof. I woke up stark naked. Who knows where with who knows what lodged in my arm. But just weeks later, and I'm already back to robbing folks at Garden Point. This place may not be Texas or the Arizona Territory, but I'm the same John Dakia. I don't know why that makes me restless. I don't mind didn't mind this life before, but then I didn't exactly choose it, I just stumbled into it, or at least that's what I told myself. For so much for that, maybe this is just who I am. Alright. John is a literal freaking like outlaw cowboy. Alright, so kind of a really interesting combination of these two characters. Construction has been going well. None of us are architects, but we have been adjusting to our roles. Garisha's broad shoulders and booming laugh conceal a keen mind, and we start making better progress once I convinced him to stop hauling rocks and start drawing up plans that let Amir's focus on starting a garden where he is more at home. Man, the punctuation frickin' sentence structure drives me nuts. But again, these aren't voiced, they're just written. I don't think they even bothered to proofread them. I've focused on trying to keep us organized and maintaining our spirits. Myself, I wish I could do more. Sadly, while a priestess has many gifts, manual labor is not one of them. I often find myself winded before midday. I pray the others do not find me burdensome. Sometimes the pennies a man won't part with willingly are worth less than the words he'll share with any stranger. Some of my new partners don't see that. Blondie's particularly blind to it. He's always looking for an excuse to pull the trigger, and he's stubborn as hell. He even still gets mad when he even still gets mad we call him Blondie, as if any of us can pronounce that name of his. But if Blondie were calling the shots, that hunter wouldn't have told us about the group gathering to the southeast, and they'll have a lot more for the taking than animal hides. Pizza. Back in Luxor, I always tried to stay out of politics, never aspired to be a divine. I don't know what that Doratress? Or as some priestesses did. I found that such selfish ambitions often led to suffering, both for oneself and for others. So when Garisha referred to me as our leader today, I found myself surprised. Never asked for such a position, and the others had never bestowed it on me in any official manner. It just happened naturally. I'm not sure what to make of it, but if this is Hathor's will, then I will try to guide these people as best I can. Didn't believe how easy this was. There weren't many guards here to begin with, and the few they got are more likely to shoot you a smile than a bullet. We just walked right in. Settlement is even bigger than we expected. It's impressive, protection aside. Everyone working together to build their own little paradise. Not that it'll last. If you ask them, they'll credit their leader, a woman called Aurea. The others have spread out to find where the supplies are stored, but I'm feeling cautious. Maybe I'll go find this mystery one. Might be interesting. And was that 3 or 4? Our settlement has grown so quickly before these hectic months. So many wandering souls have found their way here seeking shelter and companionship. Done my best to welcome everyone I can. If treated with understanding, most become productive, loyal members of our community. But I am no fool. I know that hearts can have two natures. Hathor offers compassion, while Smet... er, I still don't know how to frickin' pronounce that properly. Against devastation, as we grow in size, we become a riper target for those with malice in their hearts. Garish has tried to organize a militia, but I fear it's inadequate. Second. Where was I? Garish has tried to organize a militia, but I fear it inadequate. For now, I must be wary and pray that the gods send us a true warrior. Don't know what brought me to this desert back home. The needy... They would probably say it was spirits of our ancestors. Other folks might say God. Whatever it was, after talking to that woman, I realize now that I've been wasting what it's given me. I have no history here. There are no posters showing off my sneering face. No posses hunting me. I can be any man I choose, so today I'm making a choice. Folks here don't deserve to be robbed. What they deserve is protection, and I'm the man to protect them. Hell, maybe they'll even call me sheriff. Took longer than I had hoped, but the gods have heard my prayers, at least I believe so. When I imagined what a true warrior might be like, I cannot say that I imagined Captain Dacia. He speaks tersely and has no sense of decorum, and in general is rather prickly. He's nigh unapproachable he was nigh unapproachable for a whole day when we decided his position should be called Captain instead of the nonsense word he proposed. Yet he's been getting results, or so I'm told. When I find time, I ought to observe him in action myself. Blondie didn't approve of my decision. I've never been very good at persuasion, so I let my pistol make my case. The others saw it my way after that. Convincing Rhea was a lot less trouble. She knew the settlement's guards weren't exactly the cream of the crop, and that if I wanted trouble, I'd have already made it. When Rhea talks, people listen. I can tell that much from watching her, but in a lawless place like this, words aren't enough. It didn't take long for us to come to terms. Well, I suppose I better inspect the troops. Maybe a few of them can shoot. Yeah. Learn to use guns. I'm still not accustomed to the loud, fiery weapons that our new captain is training his men to use. Their power is so destructive that it seems almost too much for any mortal man to possess. Yet Captain Dakia strolls up and down his line of trainees like they are wielding wooden swords, and twirls his own weapon almost absent-mindedly. It is somewhat unnerving to find someone so calm around such potent instruments of death, but I suppose that's why he has had such success in securing our borders. I can only hope that we need but one Captain Dakia and that I never have to use those weapons myself. Now I know how the old man felt when he was teaching me how to hunt. We stopped seeing eye to eye even before I left the tribe, but I always thank him for the time he spent telling me the same damn things over and over again. Must have drove him wild inside, but he never showed it. Hasn't been easy to imitate that patience. Half of this sorry bunch is green as grass, and the half that isn't would rather hold a spear than a gun. At least they're improving, even if it's at the speed of molasses. Her Highness stops by on occasion, but thankfully it's just for a gander. This will be harder with this would even be harder with see, this is what I'm talking about with sentence structure. It's like yeah, this would be even harder with distractions, and yet doesn't show the final word there. Thankfully, this is legible enough that I can read this. Wait, was that 6? Yes, that was 6. Alright. It has been such a blessing to be able to spread Hathor's joy and love to so many people. At first, my daily prayers garnered but a few curious observers, yet soon observations turned to questions, and questions turned to participation. Now there are so many of us that we even begun to construct a shrine. Truly wish I could teach these eager new students all day long, but my duty to the village must come first. I actually wonder if these hieroglyphics actually say all this, or they're just a bunch of hieroglyphics lined up. Or lines of hieroglyphics that someone just kind of blasted all over this thing. Truly wish that I could teach these eager new students all day long, but my duty to the village must come first. Perhaps when our future here is finally secured, I shall be able to live the life of a priestess again. But for now, I have too many people counting on me. I cannot abandon them. Yeah. My patchwork posse had their first real test today. Some of our gatherers ran into those big lizards a few miles west of the village, and one of them managed to come call for help. Okay. Luckily the others have tucked themselves away in an outcropping, and we got everyone back safe and sound. Well, except for the Frenchman. He forgot that when you shoot at those big bastards, they shoot right back. Took them hours to get those barbs out of his arm. When we got back, I think I heard the words "thank you" more than any other day in my life. I didn't really know what to say in return. You're welcome. Names are a curious thing. We assign them great weight, yet they do not change the substance of the person, place, or thing they belong to. I suppose that line of thinking is why I never dwell on the name of our humble village. Yet now that it has grown to become somewhat less humble, our home can go nameless no longer. People must call it something. To that end, Nosti is a good name. As any, I am told that it means to know in some old important language, and whatever our citizens intend that to symbolize when they choose it. I know this: while we are here, we are under the protection of the gods. Townsfolk may be grateful for my protection, but that doesn't mean they like me. I don't mind if they're looking for social graces, they ought to find Her Highness. Rhea hates that nickname. She thinks I'm calling her stuck up. And I suppose I am, just a little. Can't imagine the woman's hands ever saw a callus before she got here. That's not the whole of it, though. Take this business with the tower. She's got folks from all sorts of places praying to the damn thing. And she never really asked them to. They just want to follow her lead. It's like she's wearing an invisible crown. Can't decide whether that's comforting or concerning. Emma. Alright. Lost souls from all across the desert continue to prostrate themselves before Nosti's gates. I adamantly refuse to turn away anyone that does not mean us any harm, but I realize that has left us with many mouths to feed. As a result, Nosti's fields are its most valuable asset. Fortunately, Grisha's designs and my organization of labor and resources have once again proven effective. Not only did we implement an effective irrigation system, but we have encased our crops in a large protective structure made of a clear, shiny substance called glass. She doesn't know what glass is. Every morning it sparkles with Amun-Ra's light like a great gem, a beautiful reminder of what we can accomplish when we are united in purpose. My band of misfit lawmen may finally be coming together. It's been a whole week since someone shot themselves in the leg or pissed their britches over a raptor. Maybe I'll finally be able to get some decent shut-eye. Probably too much to hope for. Every day Nosti grows a little bigger. And I have a few more problems to solve. Those giant bugs from the other day, for example, found two of them playing around with a pickaxe a few miles, why did I say south? A few miles north of the river. Never heard of any animals using tools, but outside of the legends of elders used to tell about Big Owl and Coyote. Doesn't seem natural. Despite our best efforts and the blessing of the gods, tragedy is unavoidable in these strange lands. Yesterday it struck Nasu once more in the form of a mantis attack. While I could not undo what had been done, I hope that I was able to bring some small comfort to those who knew the victims best. Though we lacked the resources to properly inter the dead in tombs, we still held a ceremony in their memory. I made time to speak privately with anyone who wished to. Between that and my usual duties, I am physically and emotionally exhausted, but when my people are suffering, I cannot afford to rest. Something damaged a water pipe outside of town yesterday. And when a crew went to repair it, they were attacked by a whole mess of mantises. My boys and I drove them off, but we were too late to save the engineers. I know it sounds crazy, but I think those mantises cut through the pipe on purpose to draw us out. If I'm right, then I'm more concerned about them than anything. In the stories with Big Owl and Coyote, Big Owl was a huge, scary one, but Coyote was more dangerous. Because it was clever, he tricked man and monster alike, and everyone feared him. Never believed those stories, but I'm sure remembered the lesson. I sure remember the whatever. Blah. I don't know why I'm fumbling over my words. Early on, I handled all Nazi trade negotiations and I have had trouble growing out of the habit. I suppose that is why every caravan or hunter that passes through our gates knows my name. Someone still insists on speaking with me personally, but I do not mind. I find these dealings rather engaging. It is like playing a game of words. One such caravan arrived yesterday bearing a haul of metal ingots. Our venerable captain had suggested that I bring a contingent of guards to the negotiation, but I would rather not. If our guests are intimidated, they may back out, and I would be remiss to waste such an opportunity. I was worried that Ria would fight some of the new precautions my boys have been taking, but I guess I've earned a looser leash. I suppose I ought to lay off the highness talk then, seems only fair. Other day we even shot the breeze a little bit. a little. First time we've talked about something besides what needs doing. Seems we're both a little worn out. Unlike me, she's used to being respectable and responsible, but being in charge means everyone wants your time and attention. This place hasn't been easier on either of us or anyone else, but I'm still kicking so far. Come what may, I don't plan on stopping, huh? I shall gladly admit that I erred. I shall even admit that I owe Captain Dakia my life and offered him all the gratitude he is due. Yet this does not excuse such merciless behavior. Those so-called merchants may have stooped to viciousness and cruelty. Oh, hang on. I think I might have missed one. Did I miss one? Yeah. Oh, I did not miss one. Viciousness and cruelty by trying to kidnap me, but that one had surrendered. There was no need to execute him on the spot, was there? It was hard to see where light ends and darkness begins in this violent place. Perhaps if I could adequately protect myself, we would have avoided needless bloodshed. Yes, I think it is time I shall master these explosive weapons, and Captain Dakia will... Captain Dakia is going to help me. Okay. Something like this is bound to happen one day. The bigger the town gets, the more value Ria has to it. And what happens to valuable things? People try to steal them. Wasn't a bad idea holding her for ransom like that. Too bad for those raiders that this is my town. I picked most of them off with a rifle as they tried to force her onto a pack animal. And my men finished a few others as they fled. One tried surrendering, but I had to send a message. If you pull a stunt like that in my goddamn town, you won't get you get won't any mercy. I'm not fumbling over my words. That actually says that. Not a you get won't any mercy. Not a single shred of it. Man, the author has as much dyslexia as I do. I know, right? Even the cat agrees. Step by step, I'm learning how to shoot. During my first new lesson, the weapon almost jumped out of my hand when I fired them. The weapons almost jumped out. Okay, yeah. Almost jumped out of my hand when I fired them, but my arms have grown stronger and my aim truer. Captain Ducky's presence has been helpful. The same calm that I found unnerving from afar has been steadying from up close. He does not waste his breath on exaggerated praise or criticism. He simply keeps me focused on what I need to do, and everything else just falls away. Considering where I started, he's being very patient with me. Perhaps I should be more patient with him. A woman's got some nerve. I saved her hide, and the next day Ria's scolding me for putting down a defenseless kidnapper. Hardly even thanked me first. What did she expect me to do? Give him free room and board for the rest of his days? Let him go so he can tell every bandit in the desert how soft we are? I told her that if she didn't like the way I protected her, then she could protect herself. Should have kept my damn mouth shut. Now I'm stuck teaching her how to shoot 3 times a week. Gonna be at it forever too. She couldn't hit a bison's ass from 5 paces. Ah, jeez. In ancient times, gentle Hathor took the form of a fierce warrior. The fierce warrior goddess met and unleashed her wrath upon the human world. Yet, even during her relentless slaughter, Hathor was within Schmet, and Schmet was always within Hathor. And when she was eventually calmed, oh, I think I'm like suffering here. Hang on a second. Oh, yeah. Might want to deal with that. I was wondering why everything was kind of flashing like that. Okay, where were we? So, 14. Always within Hathor. When she eventually calmed, the peaceful goddess of joy and love returned. As it is with the goddess, so it is with mankind. The vicious can become kind, and the kind-hearted can become violent. For all his past transgressions, Captain Dakia is no different. He did not grasp Hathor and Skemet's tail. When I told it to him the other day, But if he keeps trying to better himself, then perhaps one day he will. I do believe that my pupil is the first Deadeye Egyptian priestess the world's ever seen. It took a few months, but Rhea is just too stubborn to quit. I shouldn't have been so hard on her. Trying to keep your faith and traditions in a dog-eat-dog world isn't easy. Hell, I couldn't even do it myself, and that was before giant lizards were looking to take a bite out of my backside. During one lesson, she told me a story about how her goddess had a nice side and a nasty one. I think she meant something else, but the way I see it, we're the goddess, she's nice, I'm nasty, and we keep each other in check. In principle, I've turned into a competent marksman, yet in practice, how could I fare? When the time comes, could I end another human's life? I'm not so sure. My mouth grows dry with fear at the very thought. Warrior spirit of cement. I'm almost wondering if I'm reading these backwards. I think it should be Daki I should be reading first and her after, but anyway. Warrior spirit of cement surely resides somewhere within the recesses of my heart, but search as I may, I cannot find it. As training, I offered to put down some of our beasts that had grown deathly ill. It was a merciful act, but it still drew tears to my eyes and twisted my stomach into knots. I must learn to act in spite of these feelings. My life may depend on it one day. Even after all this time and nausea, I have trouble sleeping in the same bed every night. Sometimes I'll just toss and turn until I give up and go to sleep beneath the stars. Oh, I'm not sure we ever slept same spot twice back in the Russo gang. Thought I'd live that way forever, wild and free like Doc Russo. Probably guns blazing like him too sounded better to me than withering away with the rest of my tribe as the world passed us by. I don't think Doc would recognize me now. I'm not the Apache nephew he taught to read and shoot. Matter of fact, if he were here, I'd probably have to shoot him. Lol. Reality. Okay. Expect those mantises to come back, but not like this. They came at the village from two sides at the same time, and the way they moved, they were more coordinated than any wolf pack. They worked together like men would. Took nearly half a day to fend them off, and they didn't leave us without scars. If attacks like this become common, we're going to be in a heap of trouble, so I've decided to round up my best men to track those critters down. We've got to at least find out where they're coming from. Despite my best efforts, I know I have strayed from the teachings and customs that I learned so meticulously back home. Out of necessity, I have adapted it to both the needs of Hathor's new followers and the circumstances we all face in the desert. For example, celebrating the gods with feasts and festivals in their name would be wasteful. This sacrifice is particularly unfortunate, for my students deserve some sort of reward for their diligence. Perhaps I can still organize a modest celebration of some sort. In fact, maybe the whole village should have one just to raise everyone's spirits. Even our venerable captain might enjoy that, but I ask for miracles. tracking these damn things for ages. I can't believe they traveled so far just to attack us. Something like that has to be deliberate. I already knew these things are smart, but if they're determined to kill us, then we've got to wipe them out here and now. That's easier said than done. There's a whole mess of them here. Can't say I've heard of any mantises living in a group like this, but I'm no expert when it comes to animals. Certainly not in this crazy place. At any rate, I've got to come up with some kind of plan. Shooting them one by one won't do the trick. I trust our captain's judgment on matters of defense, but I still feel ill at ease with his decision to sally against these mantises. It's not that he has left the village unprotected, quite the contrary. I fear that his own contingent is too small. I know that I should not be concerned. He personally vouched for the caliber of his team, and I have more immediate priorities. Our walls and gates need repairs, our infirmaries need supplies, and our morale needs bolstering. I have been scrambling to and fro with such constant urgency. I don't know why I said consistent urgency that rings have formed beneath my eyes. Yet when I finally earn a moment's respite, I am restless with worry. It's called stress, lady. I'm glad I decided to take Sasha with me. The Russian showed up at Nasty less than a month ago, but she already knew her way around a gun. Says she learned it in a place called Gru. Never heard of it, but apparently they teach you all sorts of tricks there. Like how to make bombs more powerful than dynamite. The caves that mantises are holed up in are filled with sulfur. So if we set Sasha's bombs in the right spot, we should be able to wipe them all out at once, provided we can shoot our way in and out without becoming mantis chow. Well, Captain, time to earn your title. People of Nazi come from so many different places that they all have different ways of thinking. On occasion, this incites conflict. Several weeks ago, two newcomers came to blows over a long-standing feud between their home nations. And just the other day, I had to harshly discipline one of my own disciples for harassing the villagers who worship the wooden cross. One time, a man even challenged me to a duel for Nasti's leadership. Yet those same two people who engaged in fisticuffs now work to repair our western gate and is stronger for their combined effort. Perhaps that is why the gods have brought us all here, to help us understand each other. Oh, how... oh, what was it? Oh yeah, such intoxicating innocence. For days I've prayed for both Hathor's compassions, Kemet's healing powers, and for days I have waited. I have faith that they have heard me, but when I first laid eyes on him, I thought for sure he was dead or dying. But the gods have not taken John Dekia away from me. My mind knows that I have other responsibilities to attend to, that I cannot afford to spend more time in this room. Yet I know that if I attempt to attend to my duties, my heart will interfere and I cannot neglect it, not any longer. Yeah. Cannot recall the journey back town, but I remember the caverns. Mantises didn't take too kindly to our intrusion. We don't take kindly to you types around here. Took half my men with them before we blew them to hell. Well, most of them. One came at us while we were celebrating, and I pushed Sasha out of the way like a damn fool, nearly got myself skewered. Now Ria's got me all cooped up until I finished recovering, threatened to tie me to the bed if I tried to leave. Probably drive myself nuts if she didn't keep me company so often. She was even here when I first woke up. I admit I'm glad to see the sight. A question, it was Hathor's divine will that sent me here, not only so I could spread her joy and compassion, but so I could understand her love. I thought I knew it before. I loved my family, I loved my fellow priestesses, and I loved all those under my care here in Nazi. Yet only when I finally surrendered myself to it, when I let it rush over my body and carry me yada yada current of great river did that sounds really derogatory. Did I truly understand it? Only now can I claim to embody Hathor's teachings, thanks to John, this warrior from a distant time and place, and now together we can turn this desert into a paradise. They just decided to get down. How long have I wanted this? I can't place it exactly, but it feels like I always have. I suppose that's how I know it's right. It's not just that Ria's beautiful. I've known beautiful women before, but I've never got the same feeling when I looked at them. Never felt this at home around them, or anyone for that matter. What happened between us when I was stuck in that room, it wasn't a heat of the moment decision, at least I don't think. All I know is that now I don't mind sleeping in the same bed every night. Not anymore. That's because she's got ass. No, it's actually probably very wonderful. But anyway. Mood in Nasty has been so jubilant lately that I think we may just hold a festival after all, and why not? We have plenty of cause to celebrate. With the Mantis threat diminished, our scouts were able to establish an outpost to the north, where they discovered a wealth of thick black oil seeping through cracks in the earth. Thanks to this bounty, we've been able to create amazing new tools and fill our storehouses to the brim. A festival would hardly make a dent. I'm sure my beloved captain will disagree, even the dutiful warrior. Unfortunately, the warrior. Fortunately, I can be quite convincing where John is concerned, and for one day we deserve to supplement worry and duty with song and dance. Mm. 21. 21? There we go. Maybe I should change my name again. Seems fitting. I started calling myself John about a week after joining up with Dog4g0nwo1f. And the others never called me Ducky anyway, so I figured they may as well call me by the name I choose myself. I was part of it, but I think that deep down I also knew that the boy who earned the name Ducky was gone for good. Now I think the outlaw named John Ducky is gone too, so it makes sense to call myself something else. Then again, that might just confuse folks. Probably not worth the hassle. Besides, I kinda like the way it sounds with an Egyptian accent. Say my name! As I watched Garish's team construct the curious bladed tower that is meant to harness the power of Shu's winds, I could not help but marvel at how far we've come. They're already making windmill generators. In such a short time, Nosti has risen from nothing into a true city with wonders that would make even the great pharaohs envious. For all of its storms and monsters, this desert grows less threatening to us each day, and fewer people are forced to suffer and die by its hand. Perhaps one day no one will. If we can achieve that, then every if we can achieve that, then every hardship and every sacrifice we have endured will have been worth it. Yeah. Fortunately, I know how this ends, so yeah. Things have been quiet for a while now, downright pleasant even. At least that was the case until one of our hunting parties went missing about 5 days ago. Well, they're not missing anymore, at least what's left of them. We scoured every inch of their camp and still can't figure out who attacked them. There aren't many prints from animals, and what ones we found aren't like any creature I've seen. There's scorch marks aplenty though. Maybe it was a group of raiders with some of those new flame-spewing weapons that I've heard tell about. Whoever it was, I'll see it to it. Man, they really needed to, like, proofread all of this. That they live just long enough to regret it. Uh-huh. Over the last few days, the lights of the great obelisk have been pulsing with a rhythm and intensity that I've never seen before. It is beautiful, soothing sight, particularly at night. Almost looks like they're singing a song to the stars above. Surely this is a sign of the god's favor. Hathor is offering us her blessing. Having another festival would be exorbitant, so I have organized a special round of ceremonies and prayers after dusk instead. Thus far they have gone wonderfully and everyone is left with renewed faith and vigor. I wonder how long this display will last. You don't want to know. So what was that? That was 23? Yeah. Finally tracked down our culprit this morning, and damn, was he one big mean son of a gun. He had wings like a bat and a head like a lizard and spat fire from his mouth. A wyvern! Never seen anything like it. Not even here. Fortunately, anything will die if you put enough bullets in its head. One of my men called it a wyvern, but he'd never actually seen one before. Said it was just a legend. No one in town had seen one either. So where'd it come from? Did it just suddenly fly here from parts unknown? The whole affair doesn't sit right with me. It gives me a bad feeling. That's because the Ark spawned it in a frickin' grand ol' fuck you. Sometimes I wonder how John can carry on with no faith in a higher purpose or power, and eyes that see threats everywhere. Even when we are safe and secure, he insists on sleeping with a weapon at arm's length. It is no wonder that he suddenly believes the obelisk could be dangerous. Fortunately, I have enough faith for both of us. I have faith that he will protect us from the flying lizards that have recently appeared. I have faith that the obelisks would never harm us. And I even have faith that I shall forgive his constant prodding on the ladder. That final matter might require some additional effort on his part, however. He's been simply relentless about it. It's because he's smart. Follows his fucking instincts. Folks have been spotting a lot more of these wavering creatures, and they're not just throwing fire every which way. Either some spit lightning or acid. On top of that, those big pillars are acting funny. I checked with Sasha since she doesn't buy into the Hathor business and she sees it too. It's making me restless. Between this and the mantises, it's starting to feel like this place wants us gone. I know that can't be right, but there are no spirits of the land to stop the frontiersmen back home. And there are none here. Still, I should talk to Rhea. If that tower is dangerous, she shouldn't be worshipping it. Funny thing about telling people what to worship and what not to worship, they get rather irate about it. What did I do wrong? Despite every trial and tribulation, I kept my faith in Hathor, Amun-Ra, and all the gods. No, I did more than that. I gave them new followers, built shrines to them, held ceremonies for them. So why did the obelisk light up in the sky and call down such a terrible doom upon my new home? Why would the goddess tear the very earth asunder and send all that I had built and cherished tumbling into the abyss? Where did I betray them? I don't think you betrayed them. Were it not for John, I would not even be able to ask such questions. I would just be some dead fool whose last act would have been to beg for salvation from the very gods who have forsaken me. It's always the answer, right? God, it's like, God's given us everything. Oh, the gods have forsaken us. Maybe they should have nothing to do with it. Shouldn't have expected her to listen. Rhea kept her faiths this long. So there was no way a few waverings and talking to were going to change that. Even if that talking to came from me, still I'm not about to take any chances, whether it's waverings, mantises, or giant towers. Nothing's harming this town, and especially not harming her. Her prayer groups are getting extra guards, and I don't care if she likes it. I expect she won't. In fact, I'll probably have to sleep under the stars for the next few nights. Oh well, I suppose this is what you call a long-term investment. This is what I was talking about. I think his comes first and hers comes second. This one's talking about how shit hit the fan. For all my caution, I could have never prepared for this. Yesterday, the tower started flashing and glowing like a damn lightning storm. Then, when I saw that, I saddled up one of our cats and went to find Rhea as fast as I could. Within minutes, the ground was crumbling beneath us like the land was trying to swallow the nasty hole. Once I swung Rhea up onto the saddle, I had to ride like a man possessed or a cat leaping across broken buildings as they slipped into the ground. Even then, we barely made it. We're the only ones. But we're the only ones. I spotted Sasha hanging onto a ledge as we escaped, but I couldn't get... I couldn't get to him in time. That's funny, because Sasha's always been referred to as a girl. Now suddenly it's a dude. Oh, again, proofreading. We're all that's left. My mind is filled with dead. I can see the smiling faces of my students, eager to learn. I hear Grisha's laugh, deep and merry. I see the outstretched hand of John's trusted lieutenant as she fell into the darkness below. Case in point, John tells me not to blame himself, or blame myself. I don't know why I said himself. That what happened was unpredictable, yet how can I not feel guilty when I led so many to worship the instruments of our destruction, all the while promising to keep them safe? Somehow I must bury these emotions and focus on the present as John does. If I cannot tear my mind away from what I have lost, I will lose all that I have left. I cannot let that happen. I cannot let the gods take him too. I wish I were better with words. I just don't know what to tell Rhea after what's happened. A loss like this is always going to ache, but nothing I do or say seems to ease the hurt at all. You know, things are ugly when I'm the optimistic one. For now, I've just got to keep us focused on staying alive, step by step. We're going back to the basics, finding water, finding food, and finding shelter. This snaggle-toothed cat and I are all she's got left, and that means that I've got to be steady for her somehow. We'll make it through this. You would have been proud of me. I controlled my breathing just like you taught me, with tears streaming down my face. Even with all the hate and anger in my heart, I kept my aim steady, and I killed them. I killed them all, John. Why are you abandoning me too? You were a survivor, not I. These creatures should have been enough to kill you. You were strong. This is the part of the story that actually always broke my brain, because it almost feels like her section, right? Like, it goes on to talk about, you know, how this is how, oh, we're gonna make it through this, right? And then you got the 3 ones after, right? Where hers kind of jumps ahead, where John is, like, you know, John down, right? I actually already know how he goes down, but the big point is I don't think that happens until after 30, which means it's this, 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 and then it carries on from here. So, anyway. So far, so good. Cat has helped me keep the critters away, so I've conserved ammunition. We're all stocked up on supplies for the immediate future. I'll say we're safe and secure. Further than immediate, though. I'm not so sure. Neither of us are builders, and there are bigger, tougher animals than long-toothed cats out there. Eventually, we'll need to find some new friends. Nosti was the biggest settlement in the desert, but it couldn't have been the only one. I've heard rumors that a hunting party had seen some buildings to the west. Sounds like a good place to start as any. Damn it all to hell. I had everything under control. We were going to make it. But I had to go searching for that town. What a stupid, boneheaded decision. It's not that the rumor was wrong. There are buildings, alright, crumbling, abandoned buildings that are half buried in the sand, the home of a group of home to a group of damn wyverns that attacked us on the way in. We managed to give them the slip by taking shelter in this big circular building, but they've been circling it ever since. We got enough supplies for nearly a week. Hopefully they'll lose interest before we start to run dry. Oh yeah. Then it's 30. Wyverns haven't left. They're fixated on us. Well, if they want me so bad, they'll get it. I'm not foolhardy enough to fight them on my own, but I can at least insist that Rhea take our mount. If things go south, then she'll have a chance to run. Rhea, if that happens and you're reading this, don't go crying on my account. The time we've had is more than I could have hoped for. Besides, it'll be downright selfish of me to keep you to myself when you've got so much to offer the world. As for me, I've only got one true talent, and those ugly overgrown lizards will find out just what that is when I drag them to hell. And then, of course, you know, it continues on with freaking Rhea's anguish. When I found them, I wanted to smash them to bits. Those eggs were the spawn of the monsters that slew my beloved, and they do not deserve my pity. Yet I also knew they could help me if I could raise these creatures as my own servants. Then even those traitorous gods of mine could not strike me down. I have constructed a great bonfire to mimic the warmth provided by their mother, and gathered milk from the mightiest of the fallen beasts so that I may feed them when they hatch. Hopefully it is enough. No, it will be. I will raise these creatures. I will master them, and I will survive. I promise you, John. I will live for the both of us. She's also telling you how to raise wyverns too, kind of hidden in that or this particular explorer note. When the creatures first hatched, I dare not go near them with a weapon in hand, but by now we have grown accustomed to each other. I once heard that a newborn creature may identify the first living thing it sees as its parents. I believe this has occurred here. I have become mother to monsters. So be it. The gods have forsaken me, and my love has been taken from me. So gone now is the Rhea of old. Gone are the last vestiges of Hathor's joy and tranquility. Let my heart fill with Skimmett's might and fury, and let the monsters at my back, and with monsters at my back and steel in my hands, let the desert know my wrath. Never shall anyone take from me again, be it god, beast, or man. Yeah, she got really pissed off. I've heard so much since we last spoke, John. There are secrets in the desert that you would never believe, dangers that would have paralyzed me with fear when we first met. But I'm a different woman now. Would you recognize me still behind this black veil? I still find ways to help people, though not as I used to. I'm no shepherd to the lost, no healer of wounded souls. Sometimes I simply defend the defenseless or guide those few who seek the truth behind this cursed place. Perhaps one day someone will find the truth, strike down the false gods of this land, and let grant me rest. Yet until that day comes, know that I will not falter. Know that I will carry on. And that was the unvoiced stories of Rhea and John. Friggin' the priestess and the cowboy. You know, Helena talks about Rhea. Alright. Same with Rockwell, but neither, John wasn't in the picture because he was dead by the time they showed up. Which is kind of sad. And of course, Bob, right, doesn't know shit. Right, he's just the beach Bob. But yeah, that's the kind of history of why there are ruined, like, everything all over the map, and why the dungeon down in this little ruined village here is known as the ruins of Nosti, because that was their little town that they had going there. What time is it? Jeez, 6:11 already. I should probably go to bed and get some proper sleep, because I didn't get any I might have had like 4 hours sleep in the last, last like freaking, what, 20 hours or so? I ain't like, fuck. I want to go frickin' hunting. But the proper, responsible thing would be to frickin' go to bed. Let's see here. What do we got on the grid? No fire wyverns up. No lightning wyverns up. No poison wyverns to speak of. So I think with that being said, I'm going to crash for now, and we will continue this little wyvern hunt later. With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the little Explorer Note collection that I just did. And yeah, we'll be doing more Explorer Note collecting on the island. I don't think there's any on the center. But yeah, like what I do and all that great stuff, like, subscribe, leave a follow, and I will talk to you guys later this afternoon. You guys all have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.